Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Today we have Nadej working in the Hot Shop with the Hot Shop team. She is from Australia, well, originally France, but she's currently living in Australia. And what you're looking at, they're actually gathering right now over another piece. I think we put the other piece away, so we're starting all over. So, a basic overview of what it is that you're looking at on the floor here, aside from the molten hot glass that Sarah's currently harnessing with that block, we just gathered from where all the glass is stored, which is the furnace. The furnace is that large tank there. What Sarah is doing is she's shaping that large gather to be able to cool those outer layers. She's using a wooden block that's been soaked in water, and the steam that comes from the block protects the glass from any wood residue. And so as she's shaping it, she's helping that glass cool down. Again, we have Nadej with us today working on some forms that are influenced by the body and nature, the body and water, that is. These forms will later be turned into panels. If you have any questions, my name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. Feel free to raise your hand, and I will try my best to answer them. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. Nadej Digenites is working with the Hot Shop team for the next couple days. She is exploring forms right now, optical forms or optics for that'll be used for water to show the way that water moves through the forms. Sarah just gathered another hefty gather. Super hot. It's really, really big, a lot larger than our normal production here in the hot shop on a Wednesday. The forms that Nadej will be working on are inspired by nature and the body parts. They will actually be turned into panels later. What Sarah is doing is using that block to help her shape that enormous gather. That block has been soaked in water to help minimize the fire that it catches. And so that layer of steam is a protection agent to keep the glass from being impacted by the wood. So the motion that Ben just did with that large tool that looks like two knives, it's known as a jack. And so we carve in a line of tension to be able to remove ourselves from this pipe later. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the access point of the piece where we can blow air into that piece. And we'll be able to remove this really large bubble off of this pipe later to be able to clean up the top and open it up to make a hollow form. So what we're doing is we're making the bottom first and carrying the bottom, and then we'll flip over this bubble and then open it up and work on the top. So we're carving out a hollow space by blowing into this pipe. This bubble is pretty big, which is really cool. It's pretty heavy. It's kind of like trying to balance a coat on the end of a broomstick. The pipe in itself this is a larger pipe, so that pipe's about 10 pounds. And then all the additional glass on the end is probably about double, potentially. So we elongate that bubble by holding it horizontally due to it being so hot and heavy. It'll stretch itself naturally, and then we'll add and go ahead and carve in an additional jack line. Some secure jack line movement. That glory hole, which is the reheating chamber, is about 2,300 degrees. We have to work in and out of the glory hole to the bench to be able to make sure that the piece is evenly heated. It allows us to keep the piece above 1,000 degrees while working to keep the glass malleable. So now Courtney has gathered some glass out of the furnace, and he'll start to shape up this piece of glass. We will use this as the transfer bit. It's a punty rod. We call it a punty. And this rod, oh. Okay, we're not making a punty just yet. I got ahead of myself. It's a bit. He said they're going to draw on the bubble. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. We are currently working on some hollow forms that will later be turned into panels. Nadej is exploring forms. We're exploring movement of water and also forms that are inspired by bodies and nature. Currently, we're at the point of the process where we're picking up bits of glass to draw on this large orb. Nadej is one of our artists that come and works with the Hot Shop team. So all of the glass that we're currently working with is clear. It's radiating. It looks like it has color because this is what about 2100 degrees looks like. We'll work in and out of our reheating chambers, the glory holes there, to keep the glass hot, to keep it from interfering with any sort of stress. So we'll go back in a moment and take a flash where Courtney is preparing the bits that are being laid on to the bubble there. And then he'll gather the glass from the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank, and it's full of about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's the oven with the door on it there. The artist working in the hot shop is Nadej. She's a professor at an art school in Australia, the Australian National University. She is currently working on the idea of depicting movement of water through light. So it's an abstract approach. Right now, the shape of this glass is a cylinder, but they will later be turned into panels. So they'll become flat squares of glass. And so that's what the squiggles are on the glass. So they're a depiction of water, an abstract approach, the movement of water through light. So as we continue to reheat all the bits that we laid into this cylinder, the goal is to get everything just about melted down evenly, and then we'll transfer this piece off of the pipe. For those of you who didn't hear me earlier, Nadej Dejanetez is our artist that's working with the Hot Shop team. She's a professor at the Australian National University. It's an art school with they also study glass. Um, she's here to work on some of her forms that will be depicting. This one specifically depicts movement of water through light in an abstract approach. We're also exploring different forms inspired by body and nature. These cylinders will be cut into, or not cut, I'm sorry, will be turned into panels later. So that's another process after this firing process. My name is Emily, and if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and ask. So as we continue to add air into this piece and blow it out into a cylinder. We'll prepare it to be transferred to clean up the opposite side. We'll be here in the hot shop making work throughout the whole day. We take a break around 1. That's later today, just in case you're wondering. The goal in this piece is to get those bits a little bit more melted into the surface layer. We want to have a cylinder shape be created, and then we'll put it away later. So Courtney is getting the punchy, so the transfer rod ready to be able to remove ourselves from the initial rod, a hollow pipe. He has to prepare the transfer bit. We call it a punty. The puntilla means to bridge in the Italian language from the beginning and the end. So we're going to start to work on the more of the end steps of this piece, cleaning it up on the opposite side. Nadej Dijanetes is here with us in the hot shop today. She is working with the hot shop team to create some of her pieces. They are being made in this cylinder shape because later they will be turned into panels. So they are blown into cylinders. A seam will be carved into them, which is basically a running cut, and then we'll lay them into the annealing ovens. We'll stand them up in the annealing ovens, and they'll lay out into panels. That's so there's multiple steps to this process to make a panel. Her work is inspired by the work. This work in specific is inspired by water and body, different forms of nature, different forms of the body and nature. This piece specifically is depicting the movement of water through light. It's an abstract approach. Here comes the punty. Will be centered at the end of the piece. Ben will add a little bit of water to that carved line of tension, that jack line that he carved in earlier. It's really important that we keep the heat evenly distributed, and so that's why he continues to flash the end of the pipe with his fluffy torch. So he's just making sure that the heat is there, and it's get a little water on his tweezers. We'll create some shock at the end of that jack line, and we'll knock it off the piece. Let's give him a hand because that's not that easy. So now that we've transferred this piece from the initial blowpipe, you'll see that there's a access point there that will be able to open up where we were once blowing through. This is a solid pipe now. We came from a blowpipe, now we're on a solid pipe, and we're going to open up that lip with our tools, clean up the lip, and then we'll put it away. And so he'll slowly use his parchofis, which are jacks with wooden blades on the end of the steel. I said that kind of backwards. They're jacks with wood on the steel blades. And what this does is it gives us a better way to open the piece without leaving the steel marks inside of the piece. And so it's a protected way to help us open up the lip as we just did here. So now we'll knock that piece off of the pipe and put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down over a computerized system of time. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work this morning. It's important that we put pieces into the annealing oven where they ramp down over a computerized system of time to prevent thermal shock. And so the piece will stay in there around till tomorrow around this time, or maybe a little after, where it'll ramp back down to room temperature. Once again, we have Nadej Dijanetez with us. She is making, or she's making different forms that'll be turned into panels later. The one that we just made was a depicting movement of water through light. It's an abstract approach. We'll also be exploring different forms of the body and nature. She'll be here with us for the next couple days, creating her work. If we have any of her past works, you're welcome to put them up for the guests to see. So as we start the process again, Sarah's working on the bubble there. She's gathering the glass at the right bench and then holding it still so it can catch its form, catch its shape where it'll cool down. She already has the bubble blown into the hollow pipe there. It's not orange, it just looks orange because it's hot. It'll be a clear cylinder that will another one that will blow out. So I'll give you guys an overview of the machines here on the floor, what it is that you're looking at, and what we're using to help the process, right? So we'll work in and out of the glory holes, which is the reheating chambers in front of the benches. Sarah continues to dip into the furnace. The furnace is this large ceramic tank here. It's full of about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's about 2,100 degrees. And as we dip into the furnace, it's like dipping into a jar of honey. We'll rotate that hot steel pipe. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So as we rotate, it'll adhere to itself. As we rotate the pipe, we'll come out. This is a really big bubble that Sarah has created, which will then later turn into a really big cylinder. She's over at the pipe cooler because once those pipes start to get a little bit warm, we don't it's not very comfortable to touch, so we cool them down at the pipe cooler. And then we'll work in and out of the glory hole, which is the reheating chamber. It's about 2300 degrees, comprised of natural gas and oxygen. When we go into the reheating chamber, it allows the glass to heat up so we can continue to blow it out. Hello, welcome to the hot shop. Hope you guys are having a beautiful day. So as we rotate that hot bubble in the glory hole, we're just looking to keep it nice and warm to be able to continue to shape the glass. We'll also continue to blow out the bubble and make it larger. The piece that we're making currently is clear. It looks orange because it's hot. Once again, Nadej Dijanatez is here working with us in the hot shop. So what we're making now is a cylinder. The cylinder will later be turned into a panel, but we're only going to focus on the cylinder portion of what's being made today because the panel's the next step, a different process. So currently we're going to blow out this bubble, maybe add some designs to it. Potentially, the last one we just made had some designs on it, some clear designs laid onto it. So the goal right now is to make a hollow cylinder. So I got a really good question of what's the process of turning a cylinder into a panel. So this is kind of a cylinder shape. It's a little bit more abstract. So you would cut a seam into it. I believe you may also take off the bottom. I'm gonna ask just to be correct. I believe you take off the bottom and cut a seam into it, and so then it's no longer connected in a cylinder, a full circle. You then will put it into an oven here, and it'll bake as it'll be put into the oven and it'll bake. And when it starts to bake, it'll turn flat. Yeah, it'll flatten itself naturally because glass has the ability to be turned into a chilled into a shape, but then you can reheat it and manipulate it and turn it back into something else. So now Courtney's brought over some bits. We'll add some designs to this cylinder. Nadez Dejanatez is the artist that's working with the hot shop to create her cylinders, which will be turned into panels later. They are a depiction of water and light, so the movement of water and how it interacts with the light. So it's a very abstract approach. They also are inspired by forms in nature as well as the human body. Welcome to those of you who are just joining us here in the hot shop. Nadège Degenetez is from France originally, but she lives in Australia now. She's the artist that has come to work with the hot shop to produce her work. Currently, we're just working out the specs in relation to the thickness of this piece and adding the bits that are abstract forms of clear glass on top. Our goal is to kind of get them a little bit more blended properly, and so we're exploring that. What you're looking at would be a depiction of movement of water through light. It's an abstract approach. This is the cylinder version of the panel that will then be made later. So we're making cylinders with custom designs right now. So it won't take too long to complete this portion of the process. I think they've already made about two. We just finished one about 30 minutes ago, or a little more, give or take. And so right now we are, like I said, we're fine tuning the thickness of the cylinder and then the abstract pieces that we're laying on. And so they're working through the process to be able to achieve the design aspect of this piece. So we're getting it nice and hot now. We work in and out of that glory hole to keep the piece nice and hot, and to keep the heat evenly distributed throughout the bubble. The glory hole is about 2100 degrees. This piece is clear. It just looks a little orange because that's what radiating temperatures look like at this level. So we'll go in with our papers to even out those designs that we laid on. When we finish our pieces, we have to place them into the annealing oven, so the big black box over there on the left side of the hot shop. And so we have to anneal the pieces because we have to ensure that they ramp back down to room temperature over a steady period of time to prevent thermal shock. Those inner layers are a little bit cooler than those inner layers are hotter than those outer layers, and so when they meet, they're brought back down slowly and steadily. And that process takes about a day and a half. It just depends. The glass always cools contingent upon its thickness. And so these aren't super duper thick, but they'll be ready tomorrow after they're brought back down to room temperature. So right now we have to make these cylinders to turn them into panels later. So later means they're going to be cut, so the bottom will be cut off, so it will no longer be, it'll no longer have a bottom on it, and then they'll cut a seam in the side. So then those two walls can be stretched open, right? So we're gonna be able to stretch them open because we're gonna stand up the cylinder, the hollow cylinder, in the annealing oven. Then once it starts to get up to a proper temp that we can start to move it again, we'll slowly begin to open it up. As we slowly begin to open it up, we'll then lay it down and help it stretch out some more. And then once it's baked all the way through, it'll be a flat panel. And then we'll let it continue annealing, continue baking. And then maybe the next day, we'll come in and crack the oven, let it cool all the way down to room temperature, and we'll take it out. And it'll be a square or rectangle. What about the squiggly lines? They'll still be there, so that's what adds the design aspect. So now at that jack line, we'll go in and add some water to the jack line. We just transferred this piece from the initial blowpipe where we were adding air to it, and now we've transferred it off to be able to work on the opposite side of that bubble. So now we'll clean up the opposite side of the bubble, get it nice and hot, and then go in and open up that access point. The access point is where we were adding air into the bubble. So now that we have this cylinder where we would like for it to be, Nick will get dressed and he'll put on some gloves, which will protect his hands. There's special Kevlar gloves that will be able to catch the piece. So what you don't know is that even though the gloves are protecting his skin, the thermal energy is still being transferred through that piece, and the glass is always kept above 1,000 degrees, and so it's still super hot as he's taking it and putting it into the oven. Um, so he'll get ready, and then we'll knock it off and place it into the annealing oven where it'll ramp down over time and be brought back down to room temperature. So we'll add a little bit of water to the back of that pipe. Knock the pipe. Let's give them a hand for all their hard work this morning. And then into the oven, it'll go with the others that were created. So the beginning of the process starts typically with heating up a pipe, and then we go into the furnace that Sarah's dipping into now. The furnace is a large ceramic tank. It holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it's powered by natural gas and forced air. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So it's about 2,100 degrees. And as we rotate that steel pipe, glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. So it'll stick and it'll become like a small ball on the end, a small gather on the end. She goes over to the pipe cooler because that steel pipe will get a little warm as it dips into the furnace. So we'll cool down the pipe. And then over to the bench we'll go to start to shape up that hot glass. And then she will blow into the end of this pipe, and it'll create a glass bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. The block that she's using is soaked in water. It's made out of fruit wood. It's a cherry wood block. Cherry wood is good because it's common to the area. It's very durable, so blocks can last from 7 to 10 years. And then we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber. Can we please see the glory hole slide? So we'll work in and out of the reheating chamber to keep the glass nice and hot. As you can see, the inside of the glory hole has ceramic bricks. It's about 2,300 degrees, and it's used to only keep the glass from breaking. And so there's no glass inside of the glory hole. There's only thermal energy. And so when she's ready, she'll blow into the end of that pipe and cap it. The air has nowhere to go, so as it tries to escape, it gets stuck in the hot glass. We, once again, for those of you who are just joining us, we have Nadej Dijanetez here working with the Hot Shop team. She's creating some cylinders inspired by the natural forms and the human body. The glass that we take from the furnace is clear. It looks like it has color because it's hot. But all of the glass that we're using today is clear for this piece initially. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. My name's Emily. Thanks for hanging out with us today in the Hot Shop. The beginning of the process, you'll see that as we wait at the bench, there's a bubble that's been blown into the glass. It's important that we take our time to let that initial bubble cool down, set itself up to be able to go back into the oven and gather again. We want to prevent working too fast and then accidentally interfering with a hot bubble, putting it into the furnace. The bubble would then collapse. And so that's why we take our time when we add more glass on top of the bubble that's been formed. And so a good foundation, a good start will help us be successful towards the end, and it'll help us blow out that bubble, make it larger or as big as we like. So all the glass that you can see around that medium-sized bubble in there is how we'll be able to stretch and blow this bubble out into that glass. Nadej Dijanetez is our artist that has come to work with the Hot Shop team. She is from Australia, originally from France. She is a professor in Australia at the Australian National University. It's an art school. There's some glass there also. She's exploring um, she's exploring different forms of the body. That's what the inspiration for these cylinders are. These clear ones specifically are depicting the movement of water through light. It's a very abstract approach. Here are some of her sketches. Um, you can't see them because the Hot Shop team is using them, but it's what she has it written. It's an open water panel. They're optics for an open water panel. So these cylinders will later be turned into panels in a different process of the. It's a different process aside from what we're doing on the hot shop floor. We're currently blowing out the bubble to make a cylinder shape. We might have some bits on top of it, which will give some design to it. We work in and out of that glory hole, that reheating chamber there to keep the glass nice and hot. Courtney's blowing. Ben is using his papers to shape. As he continues to blow this bubble out, it's important that we continue to rotate the pipe to keep it evenly aligned on an axis, sorry, not axis, on its axis. It's important that we continue to reheat the piece to keep it above 1,000 degrees while it's being made. You have to keep it above that temperature to prevent any stress or cracking. So all of the glass that we're pulling from the furnace is clear. And as you can see, it looks like it has color. That's only because it's super hot. But in order for us to add color to glass, we'll heat up a color bar. Color comes from a distributor out of Germany, then we get it from the distributor here. And so this allows us to add color to glass. So we use a little bit of color and a whole lot of clear, and when we blow it out, and if we were to cut the glass into cross section, you'll be able to see the difference. And so if you can see this shape here, it looks like it's a lot of blue, but it's a little bit of blue and a whole lot of clear to be able to make it this big. Can we please see the color overlay video? Oh, we can't see the video at this moment, but when we're able to, I'll play it later to give you guys an idea of how how color is applied to glass. There are many different applications also. There's chopped glass, there's color bar, there's powder. Patterns are derived from pre-created pieces of cane that are rolled up over clear glass. And so when you are walking through the galleries, every single color that you see in the glass was applied in some way. And so that's what makes these process and the fine glass art so profound, is because of all the applications applied while it's being created. Um, we'll wait for that video to come up in a little bit. For those of you who are just joining us, Nadege Degenetez is the artist that is working with the Hot Shop team. She's creating different forms right now. The forms that she's making right now have some different abstract lines and squiggles on them, which will then interfere with the light. It's a depiction of water and light and how they interact with one another. So on the right side of the shop here, they're getting ready bits that'll be nice and hot, and we'll bring them over to the main cylinder form. We'll lay the bits on. This is a depiction of water and light, so the movement of water through light. and the abstract approach by Nadej. So earlier we were talking about how all the glass that comes out of this furnace is clear. And the question was, well, how do we get color in glass? And so I can show you guys the color overlay video to be able to have a better understanding of how glass
The color
gets
in
colored.
glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So this is one of our larger blowpipes that we used for this process, and so that's about 10 pounds. And the question was, how much does it weigh? So sorry, I'll give you guys some backstory before I just tell you about the weight. So the blowpipe's about 10 pounds, and then the glass on the end, I'd give it an estimate of maybe between 5 and 15 pounds. And so to give you like an idea of how hard it is, it's kind of like trying to pick up a coat on the end of a broomstick and balance it. And so what what you may be overlooking is the fact that they are constantly rotating this pipe. It never stops rotating from start to finish. And that's because it has to stay balanced. The glass must stay balanced on the end of that pipe. And you'll see that they torch the glass like this often, and that's because we want to make sure that all of the heat is evenly distributed throughout that piece, because the end of the pipe is the last piece to go into the glory hole while we're heating, and it's the first piece to come out. And so that's why we use the fluffy torch while working. So we're just reassuring that all of the heat is being evenly distributed throughout the piece. Welcome to the Hot Shop, to those of you who are just joining us. Nadez DeGenetes is the artist that has come to create her work with the Hot Shop team. Oh, so what they're using to shape the glass is papers, and that little magical bottle with the red top is water. It's just water. So she has to re-soak those papers because you don't want them to get too dry, because then they'll catch on fire. Yes, because it's hot. So working in and out of that glory hole, I don't know if I showed you guys the diagram, but can we please see the glory hole diagram? It's about 2,300 degrees of heat in the glory hole, and there's ceramic bricks that are inside of it, so it's radiating energy. That's why it looks orange, thermal energy. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. In the morning, when we come in, we light up the glory holes. It takes about an hour for them to ramp up, and then we'll be able to work. So you can't use the oven until it's ready to keep stuff hot, okay? Just like at home. And then the furnaces, we don't turn those off ever. They stay on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that's because we don't want that glass to get cold and then retract and crack the crucible. Thank you. So now we are working on the bottom of this cylinder. As you can see, we've been shaping and blowing it out, and we're just gonna make sure the bottom is ready, and then we will transfer it off of this initial blowpipe where we expanded that initial bubble. And then we're going to work on the opposite side and clean up the top. So now we're going to attach the punty rod. This is our transfer bit to be able to remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe. Okay, so now we'll add a little bit of water to that jack line. We'll hit the pipe and remove ourselves. Let's give them a hand because that step in itself is pretty hard. And then now we're going to go in and we're going to open up the mouth of this piece to create that cylinder shape. For those of you who weren't here earlier, Nadej Dijanetez is here working with our hot shop team. They're producing her work. We're making cylinders. These cylinders will then later be transformed into hollow tubes. We'll cut off the bottom. We'll cut a seam in the side. We'll stand it up, put it into one of these ovens, and then we'll start to slowly, when it gets heated up to the proper temperature, we'll slowly start to open up the cylinder, and then we'll lay it down and help it a little bit more. And then after it's done baking at the proper temperature, it'll be baked into a flat sheet of glass. So we're making panels. This is a custom way to make a panel that interacts with light. It's a depiction of water and and how it interacts with light. So these are optics that we're making right now that will then be turned into panels later. If you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. Feel free to shout at me if you need. So as you can see, there was an access point there that we used our patofis to slowly open up the mouth to open up the walls of the cylinder as well on the opposite end. So now we are at the end process of this piece. So Nick will get suited up and he'll catch the piece off the pipe, and then we'll put it into one of the annealing ovens where it'll cool down over an extended period of time back to room temperature, because glass doesn't dry because it's not wet, it's just hot and it cools down. So what they just did over here on the right side of the hot shop is we did a color overlay, and so we added color over a clear bubble, and so then we'll have color in the glass in opposition to it being clear. Let's give them a hand. We added a little water to that pipe, and then we'll put it into the oven where it'll ramp down over time. It'll be ready by tomorrow around this time. And even then, it'll still be a little hot, a little warm to touch. So what we've done over here on the right side is we've added a color overlay over a clear bubble, which means that we heated up a piece of color bar. As we got this piece of color bar hot, we laid it over a clear bubble. So now the piece will have color in opposition to it being totally clear, like the piece that we just put into the oven. I can play the video in a moment again for those of you who just joined, but I'm not able to play it right this second. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. I hope you guys had a really fun Labor Day weekend. We're still being here making stuff, so you don't have to go too far. Right now, Sarah is prepping that initial color overlay bubble. We have to set it up to be successful. So that means that we're adding the glass and letting it chill. We're gonna add some more glass. We're gonna let it chill. Then we're gonna blow this thing out like we did with the last cylinder that we made. If you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. I'll be happy to answer your questions. I'm your MC for the day. You guys got any questions? So now that we've gathered over that color overlay, meaning that there's color that's been placed on a clear bubble beneath all of this really big mass of clear glass, we'll be able to blow it out and we'll be able to see the color later. Right now, we're just stabilizing the glass, chilling those outer layers, getting it nice and round. Can we please see the color overlay video for those that just joined us?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that gives you some context behind how the glass that you're looking at now has gotten color. So we've applied a color overlay to the initial bubble. So all of the orange glass on the outside, it's really clear. It's just very hot. And then that internal color could be a blue, or I'm not sure the color that it might be, but it isn't going to be clear when they blow it out. So now we're bringing over bits to add design on top of the clear glass. And so when we blow this out, when we blow out the glass, there will be some high and low points to give some texture and design to the glass. We're making a cylinder right now, which will be turned into a panel later. Nadej Degenetez is the artist that's working with the hot shop today. Right now, we're depicting movement of water through light. And so it's the idea of how water and light interact when the light hits the water. We're looking at the cylinder portion of the panel. And so panels are made later, way later. Nadej is here in the red shirt. She's doing some sketching while she's creating more concepts while they're working. Inside of this bubble, there's actually color. All the glass that you can't see, that you see that does not look orange will be the clear glass that will continue to blow into. This is a silver blue color on the inside of the piece. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. My name's Emily. I'll be sure to answer your questions the best I can. It takes about, it always, well, for these pieces, about maybe an hour to be made or less. It always depends on what you're making, so you never know how long it takes until you sit and watch it be made from start to finish. After this piece, we will take a lunch break because we'll take a lunch around 1:15 for about an hour, and then we come back after lunch and we'll work from 2:20 to 5 o'clock. So we're here making pieces all day after lunch. So we will take a break after this piece. What we're making is cylinders. So we're just gonna make hollow cylinders right now that will later be manipulated and then turned and baked into flat panels. Nadej Dijanetez is the artist that comes to work with our hot shop team to produce her work. And it's a depiction, these are optics. They're depictions of movement. They're depicting movement of water and its interaction with light. And so that's what we're looking at right now. If you guys have any questions, Nadej is the lady in the red striped shirt. If you guys have any questions, let me know. My name's Emily. Welcome to the hot shop. So the center looks orange. It's really it's a blue. It's a silvery blue color, and it looks orange because it's hot. And so that's basically the bubble. So as we blow out this bubble, it'll enlarge that hollow cylinder shape. It'll become a lot more cylinder towards the end when we open up the opposite side of the piece. Right now, we're just giving it time for the design, and we're adding that design. We're wrapping it around right now.
But it's great to get, just let go of the process myself. It's really a great opportunity to let go of the process myself and see my ideas translated with a team or by a team that have a whole set of other skills. So yeah, it's really interesting to be able to be informed by what I know about the material, but let Ben, we've collaborated a lot in the past, help me translate some things that are a bit hard to do. So great to troubleshoot.
So the cool thing about when artists come and work with the hot shop team, they're able to, like she said, make the process a lot easier because sometimes she struggles with what she's trying to create. And so that is why people come and work, have the hot shop team work with them to bring their visions to life. We also have a visiting artist program where different artists come from around the world and they watch their work be created by the hot shop team. We want to keep the heat evenly distributed throughout the entire piece, and so that's why we flash it with the fluffy torch as he's doing now. This portion of the piece is always the last piece to go into the reheating chamber and the first portion of the piece to come out, and so we always want to keep it evenly heated, so that's why we flash it. It's called a flash. So as you can see, this piece has been blown out, and the orange, it's really a blue color. It's just holding the heat. And so it's a bit transparent, so you can kind of see through it a little bit. It's a silver reducing blue, which means it'll have blue and silver inside of it when it's cool. And so that motion with those really large blades are known as jacks, and that's known as a jack line. And so what we're doing is we're carving in a line of tension at the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. This is how we remove ourselves from this initial blowpipe later. So we're carving in enough tension to be able to create some stress in that area to remove ourselves. So, if you would like to learn a little bit more about the panel portion of this cylinder, you can go onto our live stream on Facebook Live stream, or on YouTube, and you can watch because they're going to put the panels potentially on Saturday. They're going to start the panels. They won't come out till later, but you'll be able to kind of understand the process a little bit more. Right now, we're going to add the punchy rod to the end of the piece. This is how we transfer and work on the opposite side of the cylinder. This is how we uh, remove the piece without any interference with the process. So where we carved in that initial line of tension, that jack line, that's where we're going to add a little bit of water to where the stress is located in the glass. We're going to stress it out basically and use thermal shock to remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe. This is because we always work on the bottom before we clean up the top. Very nice. Clean cut. Take away the initial blowpipe, and then we're going to work on the opposite side and clean up the mouth. So, in order to learn more and to see the panels ultimately, Nadej said that her Instagram, if you're interested in seeing it way later when she decides to post it, her Instagram is at sign NADEGE, and then her last name is DESGENETEZ. So it's Nadez Digitines. So I'll read it out one more time. Oh, yeah, I can write it down if you want it also. It's okay. So we'll go in with our papers to even it out as we rotate back and forth just to give support the shape of this cylinder. And then we'll use our pachofis to go inside and open up the mouth of the piece. And our pachofis are similar to the jacks. They just have wood on the blades, and that protects the inside of the piece, the walls, as we rotate. So we can rotate a little bit with a little bit more force and shaping as we use our pachofis on the inside. Everything that's stamped made at MOG was made by the Hot Shop team. If you're interested in taking something home with you from Museum of Glass, just ask the people in the gift shop to point you to items. Some items are specifically made by the artist, or some items are made all together here on a beautiful day. So now that Nick has suited up, he's prepared himself to catch this piece off the pipe. When he catches it, after we water it off the pipe, we'll put it into an annealing oven where it will be held and annealed at a proper temperature back to room temperature over a computerized system of time to prevent thermal shock. After this piece, we will take a lunch break for about 1 hour, and then we'll come back and do it all again after lunch. Put a little water off that. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. It'll go into that oven where it'll cool down. It'll be about this temperature, I mean, room temperature tomorrow around this time. We'll be back right after lunch for about an hour. We'll be out, and then we'll come back and do it all again. So please enjoy the galleries, the art alley. We have Nadej Degenitez with us. We'll be working more after lunch. everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass. Today, we have Nadej. Ooh, sometimes her last name is a little bit of a stumper to pronounce, so give me a moment. But she is making her work here with the Hot Shop team. So you'll be able to see what they're doing in just a moment. I'm going to give you guys a basic overview of what it is that you're looking at here in the Hot Shop layout, and then I'll get into what the artists are working on. So, everything that we do starts here in the furnace, which is where Sarah just pulled that gather of glass from. It's a large ceramic tank. It's the furnace with the door on the front. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's about 2,100 degrees. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. So, dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As we rotate that hollow steel pipe in the furnace, glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as we rotate. And then from there, when we're ready, we'll blow into the end of that pipe, which will then create a hollow shape at the end of the pipe, similar to the shape of a balloon. So we're carving out this space in the glass as we blow air into the tube. And then from there, we'll work in and out of the glory hole, which is the reheating chambers in front of the ovens there. If you look at the bench to our right now, Sarah has prepared a shape that we're going to lay a color overlay over. The color overlay is what Nick has, and he's reheating it in the oven. And then we'll lay that color over the clear, or I think that's just I can't describe it right at this second, but it's a setup for us to lay the color drop on top of the pipe, and then we'll be able to continue to blow it out. So that is what you're looking at. The glory holes are reheating chambers, the furnaces where we gather the glass from. Today we'll be making some cylinders. Nadej de is the artist that is visiting today. She has on the black shirt here. She is working with the Hot Shop team to create her work. So when we make the glass is made from three different materials, and we bake it. So it's a process known as charging the furnace. Can I please see the charging furnace video? So the artists, aside from Nadej, is the people who work here every day. So we have a hot shop team. And that's why Nadej is here, is because she came to use our hot shop team to make her work. She was saying earlier that sometimes we are able to create the vision that she has, that when she tries to do it on her own, it's a little bit hard for her. And so Sarah is a part of the hot shop team. Nick is our tech, which means that he's the man and the brains behind a lot of the machines that you see. Everything is ran on a system, except for well, yeah, for the most part, everything's ran on a system. And then Ben will come out. He's a part of our hot shop team. And then the other staple of our hot shop team isn't here. He's on vacation right now. So this is their career. This is what they get to do every single day. Yeah, okay, so all of the glass that we bake inside of the furnace, when Sarah comes out, after she gathers, it'll look orange because that's what 2100 degrees looks like, super hot, radiating a lot of thermal energy. It's really clear. And to add color, we can do different process. And so earlier when Nick got that color bar ready, the, the color bar looks like this, but he heats it up so it looks orange, and there's color on that, on the end of her pipe there. You just can't quite see it because it's so hot. When they begin to blow it out later, you'll probably be able to see the color a little bit better. But yeah, colors applied to glass in many different ways, and today we're focusing on color bar application, which is known as color overlay. We never use oil because that'd be like cooking. We don't need to cook, but and it probably would just leave a lot of residue and imperfections. Whenever you hear something sizzle or when you see steam, it's just water. She's using that block that's been soaked in water to help solidify the outer layers, shape it up a bit. It just is a good assist, and it helps the glass cool slower in opposition to rotating it on the table. The steel pulls the heat out of the glass a bit quicker. And she's just setting up her initial bubble with the color overlay on it. She's setting it up to be successful for later. What she's doing is gathering and allowing it to chill, blowing out that bubble a little bit more. That pipe is a little bit larger than our everyday pipes that we use. It's about 10 pounds in itself. The question is about how heavy is this, right? Um, and then I would say anywhere between, let's say, 5 and 10 more pounds for the piece, maybe even 15 pounds for the gathers of glass on the end. The trick is keeping it level, keeping it properly aligned with the axis of the pipe as you rotate back and forth. It's kind of like, and then when you're gathering it, it's kind of like picking up a jacket, a coat with a broomstick. And so that's the tricky part is the balancing act of it all. If you noticed the entire time that the glass is hot and at the end of the pipe, it's always being rotated from start to finish because we have to keep it from gravity pulling it down. And right now, she's just carrying her bubble. Nick will blow it out to enlarge the space that's there already. And as she waits idly at the left or the right bench there, she'll then maybe gather some more over that color. The color looks orange because it's holding the heat. I don't know the true color it is yet, but it's kind of fun to watch and see as they blow it out. You'll be able to see the true color if we're able to at this point in the process in a moment. So we have to let it chill for a moment before we're able to add more glass because you don't want it to be too hot and then the bubble caves on itself. So today we are making some cylinders, and these cylinders are basically depicting the movement of water through light. and how that interacts. And so you'll see we have some color in the backdrop of this cylinder, and then we'll put some texture on top of the color in a moment later. We'll melt that in, and then the last step of the process is to turn these cylinders into panels, and we do that by removing the bottom of the cylinder to make it into a hollow tube, and then we'll put them into the annealing oven, and as they start to get warm in the ovens, we'll start to slowly help them open, and then we'll lay them down and slowly help them flatten, and then when they bake up to the proper temperature to allow them to flatten all the way out, when we're done and we open up the oven later, then you'll have a panel. This is all, that's the first step in the process, takes a day for making the cylinders. We get those out the next day, then a day for cutting the cylinders. And then after they're cut, we'll bake them into the ovens to turn them into panels. So it's a 3-step process. This is just step 1. And so he'll use his papers. He'll go in with soaked newspaper to help shape and guide. As Courtney blows into the end of that hollow pipe, it'll make the bubble larger. So all of the glass that's in the furnace, we purchase, and then as we continue to extract the glass from the furnace, we have to recharge the furnace. And so there's a process known as charging the furnace to be able to replenish the furnaces with glass, and it'll teach you a little bit about the composition of glass. So can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other 2 main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
There are some images here on the marvering table that you can kind of see the green one, the green images here. It's an outline for how we want to add these bits of glass to the layer of the circle. I mean, the bubble. And so that's what Courtney is doing. He's bringing over bits that'll be designed in the same way that the illustrations are on the table. For those of you who came in a little bit after we began, the process of how color was applied to the glass today was known as a color overlay. We did a similar process in order for this glass to contain color. And so for those of the people that just joined, can we please show them the color overlay video to learn a little bit about how glass gets its color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now that we have all of the designs on top, which are in essence the way that water moves, and so it's a depiction of the movement of water, and then how that interacts with the light. Once these are full panels, when the light illuminates it, it'll give off different reflections. And so once we continue to blow this out, you'll see how he bends it over the edge of the bench or lays it over the edge of the bench at an angle, which helps elongate it. We're going to keep moving more towards that cylinder form as we blow out this bubble. If anybody has questions, feel free to shout them out. So we'll begin to shape up the bottom of the cylinder. As you can see, the more that we've blown out that color into the surrounding clear glass, when it starts to chill just a little bit, you'll be able to see that the transparent bluish color that it will be when it cools all the way down later. And so what we'll do is we will shape it up, work on the bottom. Once we get the bottom to its desired shape of this cylinder, we will then work on the opposite side of the piece by removing it from the initial blowpipe onto a punty rod, onto a transfer pipe. So Courtney brought over a transfer rod to be able to remove the initial piece from the blowpipe. And so Ben will add some water onto the jack line, that carved line of tension. We'll put it's where the glass is stressed at. We'll add water, create some shock, and remove it from the initial blowpipe. This will allow us to be able to work on the opposite side. And so what's cool about glass blowing is technically you work on the bottom before you clean up the top. And so now we've flipped ourselves to be able to clean up the top of that piece and to trim up the lip. And this is where we'll work on that final cylinder shape. For those of you who are just joining us in the hot shop, we have Dejanetez here working. She's creating her work with the hot shop team. These items that are being made into cylinders are custom panels that will be laid out later. And so we're just looking at the cylinder portion of the process. A lot of the work is inspired by nature. Some of the hollow forms are also inspired by the body. These ones specifically are depicting the movement of water through light and the interactions between the two. And so that's what some of the clear looks like as a imitation of water and how that interferes with the light when it's later installed. We were just talking about the final form of what these cylinders are going to become. They're going to become panels. Each step in the process, first we make the cylinder, and then we cut it into a hollow tube. And once it becomes more of a tube shape, we'll cut the bottom off and we'll put a seam in the side of the cylinder. Once that's done, well, that takes about another day, maybe if we have more than one to cut, and then we'll stand it up inside of this oven, and then we'll start, once it gets hotter, we'll start to open it back up, because you can reheat glass. We'll start to manually open it with our hands. We'll slowly open it up. Once it's wide enough to be laid down, we'll lay it down inside of the oven. It'll then be baked all the way evenly through, and it'll lay down into a panel. And so that is a very big process. This is just day one part of the process. We got to this idea, we got to this type of shape, size. We got to this earlier today by lunch. We started off looking at making different samples of what works and how they like it, and then we added in color. We made some clear ones earlier today. And when they figured out all the specs and dialed it in, they were able to then now begin to add color, because they figured out everything they needed to figure out together. So when artists come here, they work with the hot shop team, because their level of knowledge and intellect and expertise about the glass makes it easier for the artist to work through a process in opposition to doing it on their own. And that's what Nadej said earlier also. She said that sometimes if she talks to Ben about what she would like, and Ben's the man at the bench, if she talks to Ben about her idea, then he'll be able to help her see it through a little bit easier than when she tries to do it herself. And so that's why artists come and they want to work with the hot shop team to make their work and produce their work more in a shorter period of time, in opposition to doing it all on their own. And so now that we have the final cylinder, we're going to knock it off this pipe and put it into an oven. And so this is the part of the process that takes time, because we have to make sure that it's properly annealed and brought back down to room temperature over an extended period of time to prevent thermal shock, because those inner layers are warmer than those outer layers. And when they meet, we want to prevent any sort of stress that could interfere with the process of the glass being perfectly baked through. And so we'll put them into an oven, those big black ovens. Well, they'll cool down. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. As you can see, we watered it off the pipe, and then we'll place it into the oven where it'll bake down. Nadej said that she will be using these panels when she finally flattens them out, potentially for a show next year. Like I said earlier, it's a depiction of water and the way it moves and its interaction with the light and how it reflects, and then from those shadows it casts the different lights that it then shows, so the way that the light interacts with the glass, which is also a depiction of abstract water movement. Um, we'll be making another one of the cylinders again in just a moment after they take a second. In just a moment, we'll get started again. While we are figuring out what we're going to do, I can give you guys a basic overview of what it is that you're looking at here in the hot shop on the floor, the different machines and ovens. And so everything that we do starts inside of the furnace. So the furnace is a large ceramic tank. It holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it's the oven there with the door on it. And so you'll see those silver bottom with the door in the front. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The furnace also holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it's about 2,100 degrees. And so after dipping into the furnace, we'll rotate that steel pipe. That hollow steel pipe will then catch the glass, as known as a gather. The glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as we rotate. And then from there, we'll blow into the end of that hollow steel pipe, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. After carving out that space, you can then create anything you can imagine. Well, they can for the most part. But today we're only making cylinders, so it's a very basic process, and it's really cool to watch because they're making big cylinders, so they're making big bubbles, which is pretty interesting. And then from there, we'll go in and out of these chambers, these reheating chambers in front of me. They're ovens, they're lined with ceramic brick, and they're about 2,300 degrees. The ovens are turned off at the end of the day. We don't ever turn off the furnaces though. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and they're about 2,300 degrees. We have to keep the glass above a certain level of above a certain temperature while working it for it to remain malleable and to prevent thermal shock. So we don't want a lot of stress, cold stress, to interfere with the glass. And so, in just a moment, they'll get started again, and you guys will be able to see the way they gather the glass from the furnace. We're going to probably add some color to this piece also, blow it out, and create a cylinder. We have Nadez Dijenates here. She is from France originally, but she works as a professor in Australia currently. She's an art professor. She also teaches glass. So if you look at this screen there, the man on your right side will have a denser orange color bar, and so he's heating up some color. It's not orange, it just looks like a dense orange because it's probably the blue that we had earlier. And then Ben is getting ready a hollow pipe, so he'll be able to drop that color over in a moment. And so they're doing multiple different little things right now to prepare for the bubble. Then they'll blow the bubble out eventually soon here. As you can see, this is where the color bar comes from. Nick opens that little door and he picks up a piece of color. And so that is how the glass is going to get colored today. This is how we're going to apply the color to the clear glass because all of the glass in our hot shop is clear. We add color to glass in different process. And so there is a small bubble, a small clear bubble, which will then overlay with one of the color bars that Courtney probably has or Nick has. And I think we're maybe doing a double color overlay. We'll see as they go. So currently we have two things going on. In the middle bench, we're making a cup, and so it'll have those bicolors from earlier. Oop, it may not. In the middle, we're making a cup, okay? And then we're gonna take the side bench's bubble and stuff it into the cup. And that what that does is it gives us a really nice visual color overlay. It's another way to lay color over an additional bubble. Um, and that's what we're doing. And it's going to look like the cone that's on the table here. And so that's what's happening right now. So to open up the opposite side of this cup, we'll put a punty rod onto this piece of glass here. And then we'll add a little bit of water to the carved line of tension to the jack line. And then when we knock it off, we'll be able to open up the opposite side of our cup. It kind of looks more like a bowl than a cup. We refer to it as a cup, technical terms. If you have it handy, could we please see the diagram of how we stuff a cup? So we'll knock off the additional cup onto a little stand, and then we'll just go ahead and lay that bubble right into the color. Welcome to those who have just joined us. We are in the initial process of making a cone similar to the shape here on the table. We are about to do something kind of cool, exciting. We're going to take this color bubble and stuff it into that cup there, which will then add some more variations of color when we blow it out. So as the glass slowly fills up the cup, once it's at the point that it needs to be, we'll pick it up and then we will begin to heat it and smoothen out those layers and cinch it in very tightly to that initial bubble and continue to blow it out. So now that we have melted the two together, we'll let them chill and set themselves up. So just let the bubble stabilize itself, and then we'll go and move to the next steps of the process. So we'll go back into the furnace to gather some more glass over the bubble. The bubble has two different colors. Dipping into that furnace is really hot. It's about 2100 degrees, and there's a lot of glass inside that furnace. About 1,000 pounds of glass inside the furnace. The glass looks like it's orange, but really it's just hot. That's what 2100 degrees looks like. And then into the mold will go there, the block will go there to rotate that glass, help it even itself out, stabilize itself, chill the outer layers while those inner layers are nice and hot still. That block is made from wood and it is soaked in water, and the steam that you see that comes from the block is actually what protects the glass from any residue from the block. So the way that glass gets its color, the way the glass got its color today is known as a color overlay. Can we please see the color overlay video for the guest that just joined us? I don't think that she heard me yet. Welcome to those of you who are just joining us here in the hot shop. We are currently working on a cone shaped piece of glass. We've added two different layers of color to this piece. Right now, we're working in and out of the glory hole to keep that piece nice and hot while we shape it. It has some of a transparent appearance here. Ben will go in with these jacks as the pipe is being rotated to carve in a line of tension. This is known as a jack line. And so what the carving of this line does is it provides a weak point full of stress in the glass, which allows us to remove ourselves later. It's an indicator of the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So now that we've elongated the cone that we're making, we'll roll it on the paper marver. And the paper marver, it extracts less heat. It gives a bit of a smoother finish to the surface of the glass also. And it's different from the marvering table to the left of Ben, which is made of stainless steel. The paper marver has its papers that have been soaked in water, and that's why it's steaming. We are making a cone similar to the shape of this cone here. It has two different colors, an inner layer and an outer layer color. Nadej de Genetez is here. She's here. She's visiting the area and working with the Hot Shop team. They are producing her work, so they're bringing all of her visions to life in glass. Today we worked on some cylinders that'll be turned into panels later. And right now we're making a cone. If you have any questions, my name's Emily. I'll be happy to answer. It's important that we flash the pieces in this way that he's doing with the torch, because that portion of the glass is the last piece to go into the reheating chamber, and it's the first piece that comes out. And so we have to give it a nice flash to ensure that it's all the way evenly distributed with heat throughout the piece. So this is an approach to putting a hole into the piece. And so what he's doing is he's heating that rod there. He's heating a tungsten rod and he's slowly drilling, inserting a hole with that rod and the hot torch. He's heating that metal and he's drilling a hole into the piece. Welcome into the hot shop. We are currently kind of getting towards the later part of the process. We're making a cone right now with dual colors in it. Nadej de Gentinez is here working. She is an artist visiting us from Australia. Originally, she's from France, but she's come here to have the hot shop team create her work for her. As she gives them the vision, they will then create it with her in glass. We've transferred the cone from the top to the bottom, so now we will work on the opposite side of this cone that Courtney is currently heating in the reheating chamber. We moved on from our cylinders into a cone similar to the cone on the table down here on the hot shop floor. So as we pull away some of that excess glass, what they're doing is they're trimming at the lip portion is what we'll call it. This is actually the bottom of the cone. So we'll trim this away, we'll snip it off, cut it off, and then clean up the end and box it up. I hope you guys have had a wonderful time with us here at Museum of Glass. Thanks for hanging out with us today. We're still working. We're working till 5. It's very important that we keep the heat evenly distributed throughout the piece, and so that's why Nick is flashing the neck portion of the piece before we go back and flash it in the reheating chamber. That portion of the piece is the first piece to come out of the glory hole, and it's the last piece to go in, and so we have to make sure that all of the heat is evenly distributed by giving it a flash with a fluffy torch. The paper marvers are similar to marvering the piece with your hand while holding the square papers here on the bench. The paper marver reduces the amount of heat taken from the glass in opposition to rotating it on the stainless steel marver where the glass extracts a little bit quicker from the piece.